Austin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And if you can please remain standing just for a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you. We are now at approval of the agenda. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there a second?
Yes, and second.
Thank you. Let's see, I'll go through. Linda Welburn? Yes. Thank you. Kim Irby?
Yes.
Pat Tillman?
Yes.
Betty Jenkins?
Yes.
Deborah Napper? You're on mute, Deborah, but I think
Yes.
yes. Okay. Thank you. Winston McGregor?
Yes.
Thank you. Diane Bellamy Smalls?
Yes.
Thank you. And Anita Sharp, is Anita here? Let me transfer to another page. Has Anita joined on yet?
Ms. Sharp has not joined on yet.
Okay, so I think that is the only person that we are missing. And Dina Hayes, yes. So that passes by a vote of, well, I guess since she's not here, 8-0. So Dr. Contreras, we're at the consent agenda.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. This evening's consent agenda includes several items. Those items are the approval of the January 2021 meeting minutes, the personnel report and the addendum to the personnel report, and the budget amendments transfers report. That concludes this evening's consent agenda for your consideration.
Thank you. Is there a motion to accept the consent agenda?
Motion to accept our consent agenda.
Second.
Thank you, Kim, and thank you, Winston. All right, let's see, Linda?
Yes.
Thank you, Kim?
Yes.
Thank you, Pat?
Yes.
Betty?
Yes.
Deborah Napper?
Yes.
Diane Bellamy Smalls?
Yes.
And Winston McGregor?
Yes.
And Dina, yes. That passes by a vote of 8-0. Thank you. We are now at chairperson's comments. I have a few things to share. Good evening.
Dana,
Yes.
this is Anita about yes.
Oh, hey, Anita. Thank you. I wasn't sure that you were you had joined us. Are you voting on the consent agenda?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So that passes by a vote of 9-0. So good evening. The state has added some new tools to help the community find information and schedule appointments for the COVID-19 vaccination. The links and other important details are posted on our website, www.gcsnc.com, under the news section. Congratulations to Southeast High, which was named as one of only 2 state schools of character in North Carolina this year. Southeast High joins 18 other Guilford County schools that have been named State Schools of Character since 2014. National Schools of Character will be named in May, and we wish Southeast High all the best. Thank you to all of those who participated in our first ever virtual choice showcase last week. It's not too late to learn more about our schools and apply for the ones that interest you. The deadline is Wednesday, March 3rd at 5 p.m. All of the information can be found on the Magnet and Choice section of our website. Again, www.gcsnc.com. February is Black History Month, and we are proud of our schools for the many ways that they continue to celebrate in a virtual environment. Last week, I had the opportunity to read virtually to students at Peck Elementary as they celebrated Black History Month. Penn Griffin School for the Arts will continue its annual recognition of its history-making February 11th sit-in with a virtual arts presentation that will be broadcast on GCS TV. So be sure to tune in for that. February is also Career and Technical Education Month, and we are proud of the significant investment we've made in expanding our career and technical education programs, from new pharmacy tech programs at the high school level to clubs for coding at the elementary level. Our district has embraced CTE, Career and Technical Education, as a pathway to long-term academic and career success. On behalf of the Board of Education, I'd like to share condolences to the family of Mr. Calvin Boykin, former Board of Education member who passed away recently. Mr. Boykin served between 1998 and 2002 and was both chair and vice chair during that time. He was an Army veteran, a scientist, a frequent volunteer at PEC, and we're grateful for his service. I had the opportunity to work with Mr. Boykin. He was a representative for my district, District 8, while he served on the board, and was definitely dedicated to our schools and our students. Finally, let me close by sharing condolences on behalf of the board to Superintendent Contreras on the passing of her brother last month. Eric Contreras was a police detective who responded to Ground Zero after 9/11. He was a 26-year veteran of the Nassau County Police Department and was known as Easy E to his fellow officers. We know he will be greatly missed by the Contreras family and the Nassau community as a whole. This concludes my remarks. So we are now at the superintendent.
Good evening, and let me begin by saying thank you for those kind words, Madam Chair. I am fortunate that I was able to spend time with my brother in the last weeks of his life before his death, and I appreciate the board for all of your support, as well as the hundreds and hundreds of individuals who have expressed their sympathy to me and my family during this just unspeakably difficult time. January is School Board Appreciation Month, or was School Board Appreciation Month, and our schools showed their support by adding messages of thanks to their marquees. Our board members worked extremely hard over the past year and continue to work hard to make difficult decisions on behalf of our staff and students. I am grateful to each of you for your service, and I do have this from Ms. Isaac and Ms. Bell's class. This is for you. They asked me to share that this evening during the board meeting. Congratulations to Kaden Tubb, a fourth grader at Stokesdale Elementary, who was selected as the winner of this year's Write Your Own Opera contest. This year, there were more than 100 entries from elementary music teachers across the district. Caden's story, called Allison's Voice, will be transformed into a 10-minute opera to be performed by the Greensboro Opera later this year. Congratulations, Caden. The annual District Science Fair was held virtually on January 26. Congratulations to the 10 student winners who will move on to the Region 5 North Carolina Science and Engineering Fair in late February. All 10 winners are from either Bluford STEM Academy or the Academy at Lincoln. Congratulations to all of you. The communications team was also recognized Friday with the state leading 33 awards for excellence in school public relations from the North Carolina School Public Relations Association. The district also earned 2 Best of the Best awards, which recognize the top entries of each category. GCS received a Best of the Best award in the Excellence in Writing category for its senior stories, which focused on our 2020 graduates, and one under Special Events and Programs for the GCS Reopening Plan and Planning Process. I'd like to send a special shout out to Dr. Carr and Wanda Edwards for their leadership of the Communications Department. You make us very proud. Last week was National School Counseling Week, And I want to take this opportunity to thank the 209 counselors in our district who help our students process their emotions and guide them academically. 1 week is simply not enough time to highlight the vital work that they do for our children. Counselors play an important role in making sure children are enrolled in the proper courses. Parents of rising middle schoolers can learn more about the process on Thursdays during 2 district-wide registration meetings. Information is posted on the district calendar. High school registration meetings were held last week. Also, juniors and seniors will want to register for the next college kickoff series, sponsored in partnership with Say Yes Guilford. 3 webinars are scheduled for February 11th, February 18th, and February 25th to give parents and students all the facts about FAFSA applications, the college application process, and what to do after you've been accepted. Visit sayyesguilford.org/college kickoff series to register for these free events. February is also Love the Bus Month, and it's the perfect opportunity to recognize our outstanding bus drivers who have played such an important yet different role this year. Our drivers served as a connection between students and schools, even where students were learning from home, by delivering meals and providing wireless internet access to areas without connectivity. We say thank you to them for all that they do to keep our students safe and ready to learn every single day. Thank you to all of our bus drivers and bus safety assistants and all of our transportation department. Lastly, February is American Heart Month, and we want all of our parents and employees to be heart healthy. Guilford Parent Academy is giving away 25 free blood pressure monitors to parents who engage with us during the month of February. Parents or caregivers may watch videos from a YouTube playlist about heart health and share their feedback through an online form. More information is on our website, www.gcsnc.com, and the deadline is February 23rd. This concludes my remarks, and I'll now turn this over to Dr. Whitney Oakley and Dr. Akeisha Osai-Sarfo to present a PowerPoint on school reopening and my recommendation to the Board of Education.
Thank you, Dr. Contreras.
Good evening. We'll give just a minute for the PowerPoint presentation to show up on the screen.
No, she has to disable me, so it's gonna take a second.
Okay. They're getting the technical group to get it posted, so we'll give them just a couple minutes. Okay, so the objectives of tonight's presentation include understanding state and county level vaccination distribution plans and prioritizations, logistics of rapid testing plans, understanding current GCS student performance data, and reviewing the updated secondary reentry plan. We'll start by looking at vaccination distribution plans at the state level, moving into the county distributions. We'll discuss GCS prioritization and collaboration recommendations, and then again review updated secondary reentry planning. Would like to just take a minute to thank Dr. Julia Van, Public Health Director, and Don Campbell, Emergency Management Director. Mr. Campbell handles the logistics of vaccination distribution, who have joined us tonight to be able to take questions related to vaccinations as they pertain to Guilford County. This slide just outlines where we are in terms of vaccination distribution following groups 1 and 2. And we understand and know that our group 3, as we can look at on the next slide, includes different groups, including those who are at high risk of exposure. So critical manufacturing, this is where our education staff would fall, also public safety, transportation, etc. So those are the groups who are outlined in that area. The next slide talks specifically about Guilford County vaccination distribution, and at this point I'll turn it over to Mr. Campbell to provide any updates that are county specific. Mr. Campbell?
Good evening. Thank you for having us here. Very briefly, we are still continuing to plan our process. Currently, the county is operating 3 large-scale vaccine clinics for those that are in groups 1 and group 2. That allows us to do our medical personnel and those that are 65 years of age or older. We are continuing to plan for additional vaccine shipments when we are notified that those take place, and to identify the best way to identify and get those into our Group 3 organization, which then would include all educators here in Guilford County. We have plenty of capacity here at the 3 sites that we already have. Our limiting factor is currently the amount of vaccine we are receiving from the federal government each week. And ultimately, we have plans in place to expand that out as we start to receive additional vaccine here in Guilford County, and to ensure that we can prioritize and make it as less of an impact to operations for our education partners as we possibly can.
Thank you. As we continue our ongoing collaboration with public health around vaccine distribution and safety protocols in our school, we have conducted outreach to and scheduling of approximately 450 employees who do fall in group 2 for vaccination, who are in that active group. Also discussed our use of facilities and parking lots when vaccinations are available in order to expedite distribution based on the availability, and have participated in outreach with local university officials and healthcare providers regarding potential partnership opportunities for vaccines. In our collaboration with public health, we have discussed the vaccine distribution of prioritization, which of course would depend on availability of vaccine, but we have discussed prioritizing staff who are currently serving students face-to-face in our public separate and self-contained classrooms where students may be less able to mask consistently. This would include all of the support personnel, teacher assistants, office supports, school bus drivers, child nutrition workers, any of those support staff who support those students. Following that group, other school-based personnel and staff who have been serving students on a face-to-face basis since last fall. This list is not inclusive, but exclusive, but it does include personnel, including, again, teacher assistants, office staff, custodial staff, bus drivers, custodian, and school nutrition workers. Following the prioritization would include personnel that are deemed essential for school and district operations, those who have also been working on site since the spring, or those whose work cannot be performed remotely. This includes some of our maintenance workers, our courier staff, repair technicians, skilled trades, other bus drivers, and transportation workers. The next group would encompass the remaining school-based personnel and support staff, again, including the list of folks who were listed earlier that are in that school-based category, our school support officers, supervisors who are in schools, supervising school-based operations or responding to emergency operations. Finally, all GCS staff who were not encompassed in the previous 4 groups would fall next in line for that recommended prioritization of vaccination distribution. When we think about vaccine distribution, there's lots of news about where teachers are falling in counties across the state and the nation. We have to remember that vaccine distribution takes into consideration the number of healthcare providers, and keeping in mind that we have a lot of healthcare providers who reside and work in Guilford County, and that will impact the timing of Group 3 and when we get there. As of this moment, Guilford County Schools and Cone Health kind of go back and forth on who's the largest employer in Guilford County. Right now, Cone Health is first in that line, followed by Guilford County Schools. Another consideration that's important here is county demographics and their impact on vaccine distribution. There were some news stories out 2 weeks ago around Davie County and already being able to vaccinate some teachers. Important to remember that Davie County has about 8,000 residents who are 65 or older, while Guilford County has nearly 75,000 students who fall in those categories that will be in groups 1 and 2 before we get to group 3. At the last Board of Education meeting, the board requested that we look into rapid testing and what that would include. We'll provide an update on what we've learned about test availabilities, test models, and cost projections for rapid testing. Until January 25th, 2021, school districts were not able to procure rapid tests. That has since changed in the last 13 days. Rapid tests can be administered by trained personnel without specific medical training. There is a provider, Abbott Labs has online training modules and live technical assistance that is available to school districts nationally who have said that they want to engage in a conversation around the logistics behind rapid testing, and that also includes a computer app that helps with the data management of matching test results to individual students and staff members. In looking at different rapid testing models, a team of 2 that includes a data processor and a tester, if they're well trained, can conduct approximately 20 tests per hour. That, of course, would require socially distanced testing stations that would vary by where you were going to deliver those rapid tests. As we continue our collaboration with the ABC Science Collaborative, they have advised that testing 70% of face-to-face students each week on a rotating basis is, in fact, an epidemiologically sound approach for identifying both pre-symptomatic and asymptomatic cases. But they have also been very clear that reentry can occur safely in our schools without rapid testing. This is a bi-week rapid testing cost projection, and this is figured based on the approximate number of students who have said that they want to return face-to-face, the number of staff members that we have, and that 70% mark that was advised by the medical professionals if we were to engage in rapid testing. This is a per week cost. So the first chart at the top talks about the cost per test by grade span, totaling approximately $212,000 per week, followed by the cost to actually staff the giving the test. So those 2 people we talked about per station, the tester and the data collector, and looking at how many of those we would need across schools. And that cost totals approximately $310,000 per week. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Osei Sarfo, who will talk about current student performance data.
Good evening, board. So I will walk you through 4 different data points.
Excuse me, can we ask some questions on the previous one prior to moving forward?
Linda, I was wondering if we wanted to just get through the presentation and then have you ask, or if it pertains to what she just went through.
Yes.
Well, Winston has a question as well. Yes.
Madam Chair, also, Mr. Campbell only has about 30 minutes. So if there are questions specific to the vaccination plan, if we could ask those questions first and then other questions after. Thank you.
Yes. Linda, is your question pertaining to that?
It's regarding the rapid testing, and it's not a drastic question other than what would be the legal, would we have to get permission from parents to test children? I mean, I don't know if there's a legal issue there or not. It's just something I'm curious about. Our lawyer may have some information on that. I don't know that you can just test someone's child without their knowledge. That would be my question. I don't know if anybody has an answer to that.
I think Jill's attempting to answer. Jill?
I can tell you that other districts do get parent permission as a as they reopen gradually, they have them sign off on something that part of the agreement is that students would be tested randomly. I can get the details on what happens if a parent says, no, I choose not to do that. I do not think we can force anyone to be tested at this time, although I do know there are state regulations, laws surrounding immunizations, but I think given the nature of this vaccination, I don't think that we can force that. But certainly our legal counsel may have more information than I have.
And I have one more question. The rapid testing, I know we've talked about the nasal swabs that are very obtrusive and very uncomfortable. What would be how would this rapid testing be provided?
So excuse me, the testing that we investigated was a nasal test, but in our observation of it being performed, we had a team go and watch the process so we could better understand to make sure that we were designing something that a school could do. It was not an overly invasive procedure. It was right there in the nostril, not jammed up like we hear about sometimes on the news.
Okay. I just think those are, things that need to be clarified because we've all heard of different types of testing. And so I think it is informative to parents to understand what level of testing and that there would be some kind of parental permission needed. So that was all I had. Thank you.
Thanks. Jill, did you want to weigh in on the first question?
Yeah, I would say that the other districts who have considered mandatory testing have made it a condition of live instruction versus online instruction. And so you would have to be able to offer the option of remote instruction for parents who choose not to agree. I think people are still sort of working through all the legal issues, so I don't know of a district right now who has made a definitive decision to do mandatory testing that doesn't also have a way to facilitate online or remote learning for those who choose not to.
Agreed, Jill. That's exactly my understanding of what is happening. It's a condition of returning to live instruction.
Thank you. We have Winston and Diane.
My question is about the testing as well. Whitney, you shared from the ABC Science Collaborative about the 70% is considered epidemiologically sound, and also, that it is safe to do reentry without rapid testing. Is there something in between those two that is also recommend, like if you can't do 70%, that you do adults and not kids, because we know community spread is happening between adults because we've got restaurants and bars and other things opening that really in essence make it more likely that adults are bringing it into the building, perhaps sharing with one another. And we may not have that tonight, but I'd just be interested in seeing those recommendations as a follow-up.
Yes, this isn't a recommendation. We're just giving you a piece of information from the ABC Science Collaborative. And certainly the districts that are implementing testing are not all using 70%.
Yeah, I'm sorry, my computer's doing something weird, but not a recommendation from you, but yes, that the ABC was saying that is epidemiologically sound. So just if they have other ways that they describe approaches that you don't have to go from 0 to 100. I mean, obviously it's a lot to do 70% of kids in a district our size and at that cost. But I'd be happy to take that later as a source of information. Thank you.
Thank you, Winston. Diane, then Anita.
Okay, my question has to do with slides 6 through 8, where you said that we have 450 of our current staff that fall in the category of 2, which means I guess that they're 65 and older. So what I wanted to know is there a way that we can provide on-site vaccine for them to make it more expedient and convenient for them, as opposed to having to go through the hoops of calling. I mean, it's like today they said they had 4,000 openings and they were filled in an hour. Our folks don't have that kind of time. So can, I guess this is a question to Mr. Cameron, who you said is responsible for logistics. Can there be an opportunity for our folk to have when I say on site, I mean like at one of our school buildings, to go ahead and get them through and get it done?
Good evening. So a couple ways to answer that. The first one is we have received the list of those individual employees that are eligible under Group 2 of the state's group of 65 years and older of Guilford County Schools employees. We gave those to our call center last week, and the call center was actually making outbound calls to those individuals last week and this week to get them prioritized for appointments at all 3 sites that fit their schedules, including evenings and some weekend times on 2 individual Saturdays. So we've made some good progress there. I don't have specific numbers of how many took us up on that option, but we did reach out to do that and prioritize them through our reverse call center process. Unfortunately, right now, we are limited to the ability to transport vaccines to sites based on the manufacturer's requirements on this being under an emergency use authorization. So that's why we are focusing our operations at 3 current fixed locations, but we are definitely making every opportunity we can available to hit the individuals that are 65 years or older at multiple times the day and of the week. That may become easier as additional vaccine vendors and brands come online, but unfortunately that's a current limitation that we have on these vaccine types that we received.
Okay, well, I'm sure that Dr. Contreras and staff share with you, because in thinking of a place where we at least have refrigeration, Weaver was where we did our culinary training for our students. And so just throwing that out there, if an opportunity, I realize that Weaver's parking may not be the most desirable, but if that would help us to expedite our staff having an additional location that's dedicated to them, because just, time-wise, and I just think it would, if that's a possibility. I don't know if you were aware, and I don't know whether it would meet your criteria or not, but it is sitting there with, I'm sure, freezer and refrigeration capacity.
We're continuing to work with staff from the school system and our logistics team to assess a number of sites for additional options down the road. And that was one of the ones that's been discussed along with a number of other facilities with other amenities that are important to us. So we continue to look at that option.
And then just one last question to you. I understand from the press conference today that the pharmacies, I think Walgreens in particular, is it possible for us to get that list to push out to our staff so that they don't have to go hunting for it, and see if that's more convenient for folks, so that we encourage our folk as quickly as possible to go ahead and get in line?
Yes, ma'am. We received that list probably about 2 hours ago from the state, and we'll send that along to school staff to distribute out to their employees.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, Anita, and then Pat.
My question concerns the type of rapid testing. Have you considered the saliva testing, and if not, why not?
So remember that school districts were not allowed to purchase rapid testing directly from manufacturers until about 13 days ago. One of the only tests that allow us to, with just a CLIA waiver, to administer a test as a school system is the one sold through Abbott Labs. If we become aware of other testing protocols, then we can certainly investigate those.
The reason I ask that is because it's not invasive at all, and really quite simple. And I know that a number of our rest homes in the area use that to test patients and their families on a routine basis.
What is that called, Board Member Sharp?
It's a saliva-based test. I don't know what it's called.
Okay.
I've had it about 4 times to visit a nursing home.
All right.
I don't know if Mr. Campbell had anything or any opinion or any information about that.
That's who I expected to answer, but that's okay.
Sorry, I am not the testing expert, but I do believe Dr. Van is on the line as well. She may be able to add some clarity around that area.
Sure,
and I'll be more than I'll be more than happy to do that. There are different type of tests, and saliva test is definitely one of them. Just like it was mentioned on the presentation and the team members, it is very hard to source saliva tests at high rates as it would be in this particular model for testing. It would also be extremely hard to try to source them if they're not sourced directly by the schools. So that is one logistical challenge for that. And also, even if the saliva tests have been very much available to the community, and different entities and vendors have been utilizing them, we continue to recommend the nasal swabs as the test that would be considered the gold standard for this, with the best results, with the sensitivity and specificity of those tests being at the highest level. So as we know, the saliva tests are available. The PCR nasal tests are probably a more valid option in this particular situation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Pat?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This question, perhaps Mr. Campbell or Dr. Van can address. In terms of the complicated nature of, that we read about with the first doses happening and then getting the second doses, but that juggling act of, who should we do all the first doses first or get the first and second doses? Is there any way that you can give us any kind of projection on a timeline, even if it's very rough and rudimentary, knowing what you know about doses that you can share and the numbers and those types of things as we look to get our teachers in those critical areas to be tested and then, vaccinated rather.
Sure, and I'll be happy to speak on that. We're following all of the guidelines that the manufacturers are putting in place for each one of these products. It is very specifically mentioned on those documentation or on the documentation for the products that both doses have to be received in order for that efficiency to be at that 95, close to 95% for both Pfizer and Moderna at the 21 or 28 days. We know that after receiving one dose, that immunity probably goes up to probably about 50%. And then that second dose really boosts up the immunity system up to 95% within a few weeks of receiving that second dose. So at this time, we are not recommending anything other than the 2 doses. It is being directed to us by the manufacturers. And also based on the data that was shared on the presentation, it is very hard to talk about timelines when we continuously know that our demand is a whole lot higher than the supply of vaccine. So we're still vaccinating the people that are 65 and older, and we still have a lot of people that we still need to get through, since we do have close to 75,000 individuals in the county for that. So I know that this is not the best answer, is not the most clear answer when it comes to timeline, but it's very hard to try to estimate that when we don't know how our supply is going to look like. When we're juggling all of these individuals that really want the vaccine and need the vaccine, and we only get a few thousand doses every week if we get those, it is very challenging to project and to make estimates of timelines. Unfortunately, it is the reality of the vaccine world that we're in right now.
I see. And lastly, thank you for that explanation. Is there a way that is there any sort of breakdown of numbers that we can see in terms of group 3 and versus what we've already vaccinated? Is that available on your county health portal?
So I have a few numbers that I can share with you tonight, and Mr. Campbell also he's been also tracking some of those numbers for the doses that have already been administered in Guilford County for these 2 phases that we're working with, both through the health department and Cone Health. So we can share some of that data. As far as the numbers of people that would fall in group 3, we really have some estimated numbers from some of the groups. So of course, through the conversations that we've had with the team members in Guilford County Schools, we know what is an estimated number to project there. We also received some of the information from our private and charter schools, our higher education institutions, since we do have a lot of colleges that would also fall, and universities that would fall in that group. So we do have some numbers there. Law enforcement, since we do work very closely with all of the law enforcement agencies, we do have some rough numbers there as well. And also our court system that we also work closely with. But then when we go into some of the other groups, the manufacturing groups and the others that were listed on the slide that was projected to you, those numbers become a little bit more unclear since those are not necessarily entities that we have direct access to. So we'll have to continue communicating with those businesses, with those entities and agencies to really gather more information on that and to see exactly the extent of group 3 in Guilford County.
Yeah, I just think that'd be really helpful if we could, as we move along, so that the public, the teachers, everyone in the district we can have some way of seeing those numbers and sort of following it, so we can at least have some idea of, the efficiency and how we're moving and if there's any holdups or where we can help. So thank you.
Sure. And Mr. Campbell, you want to speak on some of those numbers a little bit?
I was just going to say, North Carolina DHHS has put together a dashboard where you can click on Guilford County to see how many total doses have been given in Guilford County so far by all of the providers. Right now, that is roughly 43,000 first doses have been given to Guilford County residents. That would include everybody from group 1 and group 2. So if you look at that, we're probably halfway through group 1 and group 2. It's very hard to estimate the number of individuals in group 1. We've obviously given the statistics for what's in group 2. So that dashboard is updated daily by the state on their dashboard for every county, including Guilford County.
And to just give you a little bit of idea, those numbers represent approximately 8% of the Guilford County population. So that's where we are right now. And those are the doses that we have received. So every dose that we've received was given out, and we're giving them out normally within 3 days of receiving them.
Thank you both.
And I just have one question. The projections at Cone Health are still, just worrisome. Do you have any insights into how that might change given just some of the numbers and some of the changes that you've seen over the last maybe 2 weeks? Because I know, Dr. Van, you're probably in touch with the Cone Health officials. That's just, it was a concern of mine last time and a concern this time about, the projections of being over capacity. And that just hasn't seemed to change much since our last board meeting.
Sure. So I do know that we are tracking those hospitalizations daily through our dashboards. And one good thing that we have noticed, especially in the last 2 to 3 weeks, is that those hospitalizations have been dropping fairly steeply in the last 2 weeks. If we had a point in time in late December where we had approximately 275 individuals that were hospitalized at one time in our hospital systems, as of today, we have 137 people that have been hospitalized, so they are going down. The numbers altogether are also slightly going down. We've had that very high peak mid-January, third week in January, which was probably very much aligned with the holiday season. But also one part that I always want to mention, and Mr. Campbell does the same thing in the conversations that he has, that those numbers are still a whole lot higher than we were seeing during the fall time. So they are slightly going down, but still fairly high compared with the numbers that we were seeing a few months ago. Also, we're seeing a decline in our positivity rate. We've had days where the positivity rate was as high as 21, 22%. It somehow leveled at about 14% for a number of days, and now is decreasing, getting closer to 12%. So 11.2%, I believe it was today for the last 14 days. So we are seeing some positive improvement in the trends that we're seeing. We continue to monitor them, and we continue to look at how that looks like. We're having conversations with our healthcare systems, and they're letting us know what some of their projections look like, but they're the expert when it comes to the numbers of people that they're seeing through their health systems and how exactly that's going to impact their capacity.
Great, thank you very much. Whoops. I don't see any other questions from anyone here. I'd like to thank Dr. Van and Mr. Campbell for being here with us for this portion. I know Dr. Oakley and the superintendent will continue with this part of the presentation.
Thank you. I'm actually going to turn it over to Dr. Osei Sarfo to go through some student performance.
That's right. Thank you.
So good evening again. So we will just briefly walk through 4 different data points related to student performance that really just in summary indicates the impact of COVID on student learning. So as we go through these slides, just some considerations. We have had lower participation rates across all of the assessments that we'll cover today. Testing conditions matter. So we have found that when students test in person, it's a more controlled testing environment, and we just have better scores, more reliable and valid scores from students than when they test remotely. We do have just a reminder that students came in person. Our voluntary kindergarten students returned half days October 5th. Our pre-K through second returned full days in November 12th. Starting November 12th, and then 3rd through 12th graders in our EC programs and public separate schools return November 16th. 3rd through 5th graders also return January 5th, and that's important. And I'll let you all understand why that's important in the next few slides. In addition, we do know that the virtual school, when it comes to the MAP results that I'll introduce next, we did see some very skewed data in those results from the virtual school because most of those students did test remotely, and you can go forward. So the MAP assessment, the MAP growth assessments were administered this last December, and they were administered in both reading and math, but these are the reading results. So 44% of our K through second graders scored average or above in reading. Just a reminder that our kindergartners had additional 5 weeks of instruction. So you'll see in the next few slides that 5 additional weeks of in-person instruction mattered. They were our highest performing grade level, and in some cases performing significantly higher than our first and second graders. You can go to the next slide. So once again, 44% of all K through second graders in reading performed average or above. When we break that down by grade level, you'll see that 49% of our kindergartners performed at or above grade level in reading. which is higher than our first and second graders who are at 40% and 44%. While it is higher, we know that on the flip side of this, half of our kids are not performing average or above in reading. So we have some work to do. And that is an indication of learning loss indicated by COVID. You can go to the next slide. When we look at math performance in reading by race, you can see that our Black students are at 35% average or above in reading in this assessment. White students are at 63%. Hispanic students are at 30%, Asian students at 53%, and other races are at 46%. When we look at our EC data and our students by identification, our EC students performed at 28% average or above, and our EL students at 22%. And you'll see this trend throughout the rest of the data as well, where our EL students really were impacted by COVID the most. And there's some research out there that says that they just had challenges that most other students didn't have in terms of access to internet, access to devices, and then that communication gap that between parents and schools and other factors that mattered. And so they're only at 22% when it comes to reading on the math growth assessment. Math, and so this is another trend that you'll see, that reading, even though it was low, it was better than math. So we know that COVID has really impacted our math scores. Only 38% of our students scored average or above in math in K through 2, even with that 5 additional weeks of instruction for our kindergartners. And then our kindergartners still outperformed our first and second graders. And in some cases, in both cases, 15 percentage points higher than our first and second graders. And you can see that here. So our kindergartners, about half of them performed average or above in our math performance on this NWEA math assessment, compared to only 32% of our first graders and 34% of our second graders. And so that demonstrates that how much those 5 additional weeks of in-person instruction mattered for those kindergarten students. Here we look at our math performance by race. 28% of our Black students performed average or above, compared to 58% of our white students, 25% of our Hispanic, 49% of our Asian, and 40% of other races. And when we look by identification, we see that a quarter of our EC students performed at or above average on the math portion of the NWEA assessment, and 20% of our EL students performed average or above. Next, we'll look at iStation. When we look at this iStation data, I caution you because most of our students took this assessment remotely. So you'll see inflated numbers here. The testing conditions of students when they are taking it remotely are uncontrolled. So we have less control over other outside influences on their testing and the outcomes that we see here. But we do know that students, that around 60%, 61% of our K through 3rd graders performed on track on the reading iStation assessment. 3rd graders were at 66% and kindergartners were at 63%. And this was before, this is what administered before any students were in person.
Dr. Sarfo, can I just jump in here real quick? Just want to remind the Board of Education, because there's been some changes in what assessments the state gives for literacy, and they use this, they require districts to give a reading assessment because of that 3rd grade Read to Achieve legislation, which you'll remember has impacts for who's required to go to summer school, who's encouraged to go to summer school, who receives a retained reading label before they go to 4th grade. And I just, because this has changed assessment platforms over the past several years, I just wanted to put that out there. And then also wanted to call out that at the bottom of the screen, you'll see that the state average is 63%, which we're kind of on par with. But my colleagues across the state share the same concerns that Dr. Osei Sarfo just said, that most of the state took this test from home. And so we can't put a lot of stock in the value due to the validity of the score. So I just wanted to remind everybody what that assessment was. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Oakley. But just a brief summary of these data. So for our all four grade levels, we are at 61% on track for reading on the iStation assessment. Kindergartners are at 63%. First graders are at about 50%, second graders at 63%, and third graders are at 66% on track for reading. Based on the preliminary scores we have, Black students performed at 55% on track, compared to white students at 76%. Hispanic students had the lowest percent of students on track with 44%, Asian students at 66%, and other students, students of other races at 64%. Our EC students performed about 38% of our EC students performed on track on the iStation reading assessment, and our EL students around 33% performed on track. So next we'll look at our high school performance, our fall Black EOC performance in Math 1, Math 3, Biology, and English 2. We see the largest decline from last fall to this fall in Math 1, 18.7 percentage points. And we know that that is pretty strongly related to COVID and the impact of COVID on our students' learning. The smallest performance decline was in English 2, which is a 4.3 percentage point decline, which is similar to what the state is seeing. They are also seeing largest declines in Math 1 and smallest declines in English 2. We don't see a lot of consistent trends related to our groups, but we do see that in most cases, the largest declines were among our Black and Hispanic students. So here are those differences from last fall to this fall in our 4 EOC tested subjects. Like I said, the largest decline was in Math 1. Only 7.1% of our students who tested were proficient on the Math 1 assessment this year. Nope, I wasn't, can I go back? 25% of our Math 3 students were proficient on the Math 3 assessment compared to 38% last year. 35% of our students who took the biology assessment were proficient compared to 52% last year. And here's that smallest decline, that's 51.3% of our English 2 students were proficient on the assessment this year. When we look by race, you'll see only 6.8% of our Black students were proficient on the Math 1 assessment. This is just Math 1. Hispanic students, 4%, white students, 12%, and all other races, 7.1%. And you can see those differences from the previous year, with large declines across all groups. With Math 3, little better performance, but still very low. 14% of our Black students were proficient on the Math 3 assessment compared to 25% last year. 19% of our Hispanic students, 37% of our white students, and all other races, 43% were proficient on the Math 3 assessment. When we look at biology, we see both Black and Hispanic students were at 25%. So a quarter of those students were proficient on the biology assessment, but still seeing large declines from the previous year. White students, 48% of them were proficient compared to 70% last year. And all other races, 59% were proficient this year compared to 62% last year. And finally, with English 2, where we see our smallest declines, but yet some differences, we see that 40% of our Black students were proficient this year compared to 48% last year. Hispanic students, 45% proficient this year compared to 49%. And we actually see a slight increase for our white students. 72% were proficient this year compared to 71% last year, and all other students, 59% last year versus this year, rounded up. And this just demonstrates, this table is the same data you saw in the previous slides, but it also shows you our participation rates and just how different they are. So if you could just even follow along with Math 1, last year we had 97.6% participation last year compared to only 67% participation this year. and that trend follows down the line. So we had a lot lower participation this year in our fall EOC testing participation rates. And finally, just a brief overview on our course grades and student failure rates. We have seen lower grades just in general, fewer A's, more C's and D's, and more failures across quarter one, quarter two, and semester one. Students of color are shown to be more likely to receive a failing grade and lower grades, and we also are seeing that our Hispanic students have had the largest increase in course failure. So here you can see that change in the distribution in quarter one grades, fewer A's, more D's, and more F's in the quarter one grade distribution. And these are course grades, so these are about courses. And if you go to the next slide, you'll see that these are students. So these are the percent of students in each racial group who have at least one failed course in quarter one. Overall, we find that 28% of our students have failed at least one course in quarter one compared to 25% last year. The highest failure rate would be among our Hispanic students here in quarter one. When we look by identification, we see nearly a third of our EC students have failed a course this year, which is slightly lower than last year. And then we see an increase of failure amongst our EL students at 40%. Quarter two, we see a similar trend, fewer A's at 29% and an increase in D's and F's. So 13% of D's compared to 8% last year and 15% of F's compared to 12% last year. So these are our course grade distribution for quarter two. And then next we'll look at our failure rate by race. Overall, we see 34% of our GCS students have failed at least one quarter two course compared to 28% in the prior year. The largest failure rate is among our Pacific Islander group, as well as our Hispanic and American Indian groups. And that's in comparison to last year as well. Our EC students have the same failure rate as last year, quarter two. Our EL students have a 6 percentage point increase in their failure rate from last year, quarter two, to this year, quarter two. And then when we look at our semester grades, and this is just grades 6 through 13, we see once again lower distribution of grades, more D's, more F's. We see a 12 percentage point drop in the number and the percentage point and percentage points of A's compared to a 6 percentage point increase in D's and an 8 percentage point increase in F's. Overall, we find 33% of our students have failed at least one semester one course compared to 16% in last year semester two. So that's almost double from last year. Our largest failure rate is among our American Indian students and our Hispanic students. And we also see increases in failure rates at the semester point for our EC students and our EL students. So once again, this is just a summary of our preliminary early fall data on grades and assessments, and it demonstrates the large impact that COVID has had on both assessment scores and grades. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Osai Sarfo. Kim Irby has her hand up and has for a while. Thank you, Kim, for your patience, and then Diane Bellamy Smalls.
Thank you, Dr. Sarfo, for this presentation and this data. My question is really, to the board and to Dr. Contreras. What is it that we are in need of in regard to the resources in order to, get control of what is this slide, this learning slide with our students? Like, what recommendations do you have, and what is it that the board, needs to do to support to turn this around? I don't know if you can answer that tonight, and that's fine, but I do think that that's my biggest concern. You know, what can we do? What is it that you need? And what are the resources that we need to get into the district to turn this around for our students? That's my biggest concern.
Thank you, Mrs. Irby. And that is the question that keeps us up at night, not just here in Guilford County, but across the state and the country. My first recommendation is to return students to the classroom as quickly and safely as possible. We know we are looking for more equitable educational outcomes, but true education justice happens in the classroom. It can't happen over the airways and the internet. We have to return students to school, and we see the impact of students being out of school for more than a year. It has been devastating. It is going to take an infusion of hundreds of millions of dollars and billions of dollars across this country to accelerate learning. We're looking, as you know, already at individual tutors for students who are behind, as well as working with teachers, professional development, better assessments, more apprenticeships, extended day, extended year for more students who are dramatically behind. And I often get email requests from parents who are saying, please, can we do less? Or from teachers who say, can we not have students on the internet 5 days a week? Can we do 4 days a week? But what you're seeing is the impact of not being in school for many students for only a few hours a day, 4 days a week. And there's going to be a reckoning for this. We are grateful that we are hearing we will receive an infusion of funds at the federal level that is filtered through the state to help us to not only retain staff and to continue to purchase PP&E, but primarily to support our students with learning loss. But given the sort of devastation you see in the assessment results, when I look at that end of course math results, that's going to have a lifelong impact on our students, and we're going to have to act quickly. We intend to present plans to the board with new goals, and some of them will be very specific to EC students, a plan for English language learners, and other race-based strategies for African American students and our Latino students who are feeling the brunt of this learning loss at the greatest levels.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Diane?
I'm coming. Okay, question number one has to do, I think, was with page 21. What I'm curious about is we have been told previously about how far kindergartners were behind before they got started. So are their scores reflective of the fact that so many of them started behind before they got to kindergarten?
So I think your question is, we've looked before at kindergarten students who enter ready to meet grade level expectations. And some of that happened with, we looked in comparison, and we looked at what would happen to kindergarten students over time. So overall here, it's not like they're knocking it out of the ballpark. We still have many, many, many kindergarten students who are not entering average or above average. The other thing to remember here is that we won't have our national norms. So one of the benefits of this MAP test is that it's given to tens of thousands of students across the country in districts that look like ours. And so we expect to be able to better answer that question once we have those national norms in March. But if you look on the reading performance of kindergarten, while it's at 48.6%, that still means that 51% of our kindergarten students entered in the fall not yet ready to meet grade level expectations. So I'm hoping that that answers your question. Before, we used to look at it in DIBELS and TRC, and we would say that only 30 to 40% of our kindergarten students are entering ready to be successful. This data shows 48.6%. We'll be certain to share back with the board when we have those national norms for comparison.
Okay, so it's possible that that 48.6% could be lower if you factor in whether they were ready when they got here or not.
So that 48.6 is reflective of how they performed on the fall and in the fall, and most of them and in person. So it is reflective. We just don't have, we can't compare it to anything for you yet. And when we are able to do that, we will. We're pretty certain that our data is going to line up with that, the rest of the nation, most of whom were remote for the same amount of time or even longer than our district. But that'll be, after March, once we receive those national norms.
Okay. My next question is around slide 34, I believe. If this is what it looks like now, how, and I'm asking you kind of to use a crystal ball here, how do you feel coming back in person will impact on these numbers to make them, could they stay the same? Will they, improve, a lot? What do you expect?
I'm uncertain what to expect given the nature of the pandemic, but we can see that students do better when they are in school. So we are hopeful and expecting that with students returning to classroom, they'll be in school more consistently. The teachers will have better contact with the students, and that paired with our extensive one-to-one tutoring programs, and later on when we have more federal funding, extended days, our learning hubs, extended school year initiatives, that will start seeing improvement and start closing the gap or mitigating for this learning loss.
Okay, so I'm very concerned about the Math 1 because we have worked so hard to improve the Math 1 scores, particularly for our 9th grade students. And this kind of has, kicked us back behind the goalposts based on what I see. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct. As you know, Math 1 and 2 are the gateway courses or gatekeeper courses for college. The other thing we're seeing is that, and I was just on a panel discussion this morning with the Hunt Institute, is that students that typically left our districts and went on to community colleges and four-year colleges are no longer attending. They're just lost, and they're sort of in this empty space because the district isn't responsible for them anymore, and they're not yet the responsibility of the colleges and universities. And we were trying to reflect on why this is happening, and in many cases it's because parents, there's more unemployment. There are parents who are working and need these young people to stay at home with their children to do virtual school. And there's just an overall sense that going to college or the university is not tenable right now. This will have lifelong impact on these young people. And our district knows how hard we've worked to increase the number of students who are entering college, to increase the number of students who are passing AP, IB courses, who are in dual enrollment. And now we are seeing a 7%, I think, passing rate. Dr. Starfel, correct me if I'm wrong, on the end of course exam. That will have a devastating impact on this community.
Okay, could you please go back to, I think it's slide 36. No, that's not the one. It's the one where you, is it 39, where you showed what the participation, that one. Okay, I think it's important that perhaps, Dr. Sofal, if you could emphasize what the difference is between the 2019-20 year and the 2021 year, because our parents need to understand that whatever it takes, they got to get their kids, right?
Yep. So yeah, so we are seeing large differences in our participation rates on the EOC, the largest being in Math 1, a 30 percentage point decline in participation from 97% to 67%. But we're averaging about a 20 percentage point decline across all assessments from Math 3 to English 2. So it is really important for our students to not only be taught in person, but to test in person and take these assessments so that we understand where our students are and how we can support them in their learning.
Okay, so where you got change in participation,
that's where I'm
that's showing what the difference is from the 2 school years, right?
That's right. And next to that is the change in proficiency.
Okay. All right. And then my last question is, I think this is slide 40. And I hope teachers won't take this the wrong way. Maybe that's the wrong slide. But anyway, it has to do with, is the failure partly because we aren't effective in teaching online? Or is it a combination? I mean, Dr. Oakley, maybe that's a Dr. Oakley question. Well, okay, our teachers, we have certified teachers. What's the difference here? That they're not connecting enough, or the kids aren't getting it? Is it
Yes, that's a great question. So it's a combination of factors. It is certainly much more difficult to be effective virtually than it is in person. Teachers are working hard, we know that, and support staff are working hard, but students are just staring at computer screens for hours and hours. And as a teacher, I've watched some of my own child's courses, and the teachers are teaching their hearts out to boxes of names. You know, students don't necessarily turn the screens on. Most of them don't. It's just incredibly difficult to engage in virtual learning over a few month period. They've only been doing this for a short period of time. It is also equally difficult on the students, which is why I'm recommending that as soon as possible, we try to return our students to school.
Okay, so it is the human factor. It's like human touch.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, that's all my questions.
Thank you, Pat. Then
yes,
Anita.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate the questions and the diving into these slides, but I think that when you talk about participation, as Ms. Bellamy Small asked about, and where the disconnect is, the disconnect is that they're not in school, that we're defying human nature and social, emotional, and academic learning. Hundreds of years it's been in effect, the traditional education model. And there's no doubt that technology is important. And I've observed classes many times with all 3 of my children. And these teachers are bringing some incredible imagination and innovation to the screen. But, there's no magical answer out there that we can search for in all these numbers, other than that in-person learning is the solution. I think that's been underscored ad nauseum for the last several months. But I'll move to my question, and that has to do with our look ahead and already looking to planning for the summertime, because we know that's going to be so critical for these students, as it is every summer when we have the traditional summer slide, but even more so as we enter this summertime. Can anyone weigh in on plans? Are we waiting on to look at funding models? And I know we've touched on a number of different initiatives, but I think parents and members of the community would be interested in knowing if there's a way right now, as we sit here in February, to project out in terms of summer and how we can really provide some safety nets and get those kids that need the instruction.
Yes, I can tell you that legislatively, the districts are asking that schools start earlier so that there's not 3 months of a period where students are not in school this summer. So to start in August, earlier in August, rather than late August or even September. So most of the districts I've spoken with have said they are asking for this legislative fix with the calendar. Otherwise, you'll have a 3-month period where students are not in school again. We're also asking schools to look at their Title I dollars for innovative programming to support students throughout the rest of the school year and during summer months. And we'll have some recommendations, as I said, specifically for EC students, English language learners, and our other most vulnerable populations that are faring very poorly. And, you know, most students are not doing as well as they could or should, but there are some groups that are really doing poorly. There are some school communities that are really doing poorly. And we'd like to have some district-wide strategies to support those schools and support those students and families with the learning loss. So we'll be presenting, we hope in the next 6 weeks, what those strategies are. Part of this is contingent upon what kind of federal funding we receive.
Thank you, Dr. Contreras. And last question, if someone could provide just any updates on the learning hubs. I know that was I think it was really magnificent how you all were able to pivot and sort of take what we learned on the Saturdays and then expand that out. And just any information, if you can share it. If not, I can get that offline, but I'd be delighted to know about that.
Absolutely. I will ask Mr. Matson and Dr. Oakley to please share about the opening of our learning hubs at the traditional high schools. We're really proud of the work the schools have done. They worked very hard, and thank you for acknowledging that work, Mr. Tillman.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Dr. Oakley.
Okay, so I'll just provide an update and then you can provide any school-specific visit additions. But we did have, yesterday we had about 670 students participate in learning hubs at our comprehensive high schools. And the principals were excited, the staff members were excited, the students, it's really nice to see high school kids inside high schools. And so, they are continuing to, they issued about 1,000 invitations, had about 670 students come yesterday. So we're continuing to recruit, to reach out to those at-risk students, but schools did an outstanding job getting ready, and they're going to continue those efforts, as we move through this week. Mr. Matson, you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I think you made the point well. It's nice to see high school kids back in our high schools, and it was clear from the 6 schools that I visited that they were happy to be there, and the principals and the staff were happy for them to be there too. So that was nice.
Thank you. Is that all, Pat? So we're at Anita.
Dr. Contreras, I know that many more of our students now have devices and connectivity, although not all, and I don't know that we will ever achieve all. But in your opinion, how has this factored into the learning loss statistics that we've covered in this report tonight?
It has certainly had a huge impact, students not having connectivity. Even today, Madam Chair called because there were some kids in her neighborhood that she found riding the bike, and she asked, why aren't you in school? And while the parent has connectivity during the day, they're with the grandparents while the parents are working, and did not know hotspots were available. So Mrs. Hayes immediately rectified the situation. But just think how many students are in that same situation. And there's still far too many students that we have not connected with. And while I take pride in saying, 85% this week were engaged, 90% were not, that's still 10 to 15% that are at dire risk that we have to address. But the lack of technology and internet connectivity has had a very bad effect on many of the students' grades and other academic outcomes, not to mention just their social emotional health, because we haven't been able to reach them to make sure they are well.
Any idea how many, are we talking about 15%, 10%? Of our students who we have not been able to connect with?
I'll ask Dr. Sarfo to give us an update. I'm not sure if we've done an analysis. We present 85% have logged in this week, but I'm not sure if we've done an analysis to see if these are the same students week after week. So Dr. Sarfo, could you provide an update on that?
Yes, I can look into the data and provide and follow up with an update on that, but it wasn't readily available.
Meaning we'll provide an update to the board during the next meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that okay, Mrs. Sharp?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't see any other hands raised. I have a few questions, and I think it's for Dr. Osai Sarfo. And it's on so many of the slides that I wasn't able to look at long enough, but can you say something about the gaps, the sort of racial disparities or the racial gaps among the different subgroups, and have the gaps narrowed or pretty much stayed the same, or have the gaps gotten worse as all students have, for the most part, seen some decline in performance?
So I would say that they have widened a bit in some cases, especially when we look at our white and Hispanic groups, with the white groups kind of maintaining in some ways, even though they've dropped a little bit. But the Hispanic group, as well as our Black students, are definitely underperforming the white groups. And so I think, and generally speaking, that the gap is widening, and that's unfortunate. And I do think that's an impact of COVID, as well as resources in these communities and homes.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that it would be helpful to have gap trend data. If you're planning on getting that, if you're not, I'd like to request that. Also, the numbers, as you said, the largest rate of, sort of decline or failure in the different performance and proficiency data that you have. When you're talking about some student subgroups, you can be talking about 100 students that are where you see the largest rate of a decline. But you can actually see a far greater number you can have like 10,000 African-American students compared to 100 Native American or Asian Pacific Islander students. And so while it's the largest rate, and none of this is good for any of our students, I think the numbers are pretty devastating, given that I think African-American students, Black students, are the largest racial subgroup out of all of our students. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And so their numbers are going to tell, sort of a clearer story, I think, about the impact that that's having. And it'll be interesting to examine the data, particularly because all of the other dynamics of in-person interaction, student discipline, just other issues, non-academic issues that people had to deal with in school, not that the students and their families still aren't dealing with them and they impact learning, but that how much do those factor in given this virtual environment? So I think there's probably a lot of analysis, and you'll know more than me which ones we can run and which ones we can have around this. A lot of people have talked about our most marginalized and impacted students, but this has been here the entire time any of us have been on the school board. So this isn't a new issue. And I'll just say again that I hope that we bring some renewed commitment to closing this gap. And it's not just student-centered efforts, that there are systemic issues, both in school and out of school, that the school's going to have to get involved in if we want to ever see students performing according to what their real potential is. So one is that will you be, can you or will you be analyzing this and bringing back the sort of gap trends over time? And two, can you get the actual numbers and maybe have them accompany the next update of this so that we can see exactly the number of students that we're talking about here?
Sure, yeah. So I can add tables along with charts in future presentations, as well as look at some gap trends where we have the data.
Great, thank you. And Diane Bellamy Smalls does have a question or comment.
Dr. Contreras, is it possible to have a specific breakout of how our High Point schools are doing? The High Point Partnership has, asked questions about what can they do and how can they make a difference as far as resources or getting more tablets or advocating for connectivity. So is it possible for Dr. Sofo to break out these kinds of things as far as what our High Point schools are doing? I think it's important for, because majority of our low performing schools were in High Point. Is that not correct?
I'll have to look at that. There are a very high number, but I'm not sure if it's the majority, but I will find that out. And yes, we can break out this data or disaggregate it by High Point City schools. I will find out tomorrow after talking with Dr. Sarfel how long that would take our team to do, and we'll get back to the board on that.
Okay, well, when you say High Point City, I mean, there are other, I mean like Southwest, not just the inner city schools, but I think it'll be important to see what the relationship is to like schools that a lot of our High Point families do go to, like the Southwest elementary, middle, and high schools too. So what did you mean to include that, or just in the city limits of High Point?
No, I meant High Point, and Southwest is in High Point.
Right.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure, because
Yes.
I think it's important that we see, is there a marked difference in what's happening, whether it's in the Guilford County, the schools that are in Guilford County proper, Greensboro proper, or in High Point proper. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have Anita, then Betty.
Dr. Sarfo, as you're preparing this data, are you able to analyze contact time by student?
So we have separate data around at least login, Canvas login data. I do not have contact time data.
Okay, so, but you can collect the Canvas data. Can you collect that by demographics or no?
So the Canvas data is simply login data. It is not how long or the duration of time that they are logged in or engaged in learning.
Okay, then it doesn't matter because lots of kids can log in and then go do something else. Okay, thank you.
And the data that's reported from that system. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Betty.
Hey, Dr. Saffold, just wondering if you have checked with some of the other districts that's very similar to Guilford County to see if they see the same thing that we are seeing, a disparity as far as the Black and the Hispanic.
So we have general conversations. I meet with the large school districts in the state every Friday, and we have conversations about them. We're seeing the same trends, generally speaking, across the board and by groups, especially in our state accountability assessments.
Mrs. Jenkins, if you refer to some of the articles I've sent to the board, you'll see that at the national level, they're seeing the very same thing, that this is a crisis, as Mrs. Hayes said, that was already in the making. There was already the gap, but not being in school has exacerbated the achievement gap and the learning loss.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, I don't think anyone, okay. Winston, I think Linda's asking, Linda, are you asking for a break before? Are you asking for a break?
Before we go into the reentry plan, because I think there'll be significant discussion about that. And so I may be wrong, but yeah, I was thinking we might want to take a break. It's 7:40 basically.
So yeah, we can take a 10-minute break if that's okay with everyone. I'll give our American Sign Language interpreters an opportunity to regroup as well. So if it's all right, is there a motion to recess for 10 minutes?
I move that we recess for 10 minutes.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Anita, are you opposing or is your hand just still raised?
Hand was still raised from before. I am not opposing.
Okay, all right, so we'll take a break and come back at 7:50. Thank you.
to Dr. Contreras to go over those details.
Thank you, Dr. Oakley. There's actually been a slight change since we posted yesterday. And this was because we've been working very closely with the transportation department. And I know many parents are eager for us to return all students right away, but we are facing a situation where we have approximately 540 drivers, but only 397 working at this time. So I do caution all parents to understand that if the board votes to reopen, we may have to make some changes and adjustments to school times and schedules to make sure that we can get 20,000 students who need transportation to school. And generally, we transport about 48% of our students. Right now, 30% have requested transportation, but on the secondary buses, we can only have 24 students per bus. And this has caused us great difficulty, and that's sort of driving some of the schedule. As you see, unlike what was posted last night, instead of doing this over a 5-week period, we would return students over a 3-week period, but would not start the return until Monday, February 22nd, giving transportation 2 weeks to clean up all data. There's a significant number of parents who have changed their thinking on whether they need transportation or not, and we need this data as clean as possible so that the routing will be correct. So week 1, February 22nd, we would start with grade 6 cohorts A and B and grade 9 cohorts A and B. The next week, we would begin with grade 6 and 7 cohorts A and B, and then grades 9, 10, and 12. And then week 3, grades 6 through 8, and then grades 9 through 12, both cohorts. February 23rd is ACT testing for 11th graders, so it will be a remote day for 9th, 10th, and 12th graders. That is also true on March 9th for the second half of the 11th graders. It will take time for the secondary schools to start going through the protocols and walking students through how to enter the building, taking temperatures, the attestations, and other health and safety protocols. So it's important for 6th graders who will, for the first time in their lives, start changing classes on a regular basis, that they are alone in the school when we do that. And for 9th graders, they are new to high school. So we are asking for 6th and 9th grade to be in school the first week by themselves. And as you know, it's not even a full week, it's 2 days for each of those students. And then roll out a couple more grades each week until at the end of week 3, which is begins on March 8th and ends on Friday, March 12th. All secondary students who wish to return would be back in school. We will still continue to offer all the virtual options. In fact, based on what the board voted on previously, parents had to let us know what option they wanted by the end of the first semester so that we could accommodate all families, and we have done that. I'd also like to just report that 70.1% of all respondents at the middle school level expect to return to school, or asking that we have in-person instruction. At the high school level, it is 83%. We'll take any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Dr. Contreras. Winston?
Hi. Really, I just want to thank you for all the work that you all have done since our last meeting, and thank the county staff for all the work that they've done to really work under incredibly difficult, challenging, difficult and changing circumstances and dynamics, and with limited resources and unpredictable ones. So I greatly appreciate that to the staff and to our colleagues at the county. our commissioner colleagues who've been advocating and lobbying the state for more vaccines so that the county can continue to roll those out. So appreciate the way they've been working together to do that. And appreciate actually that the governor has put some statewide consistency around this at this point, and I hope we'll follow that up with resources to roll out the vaccines and push teachers further up into that queue and provide the resources. Hope the legislature will as well. I want to just go ahead and make the motion that we accept this new recommendation that you presented this evening, and then we have discussion so I would move that we accept the recommendation and get these kids back in school and do what we can to accelerate learning.
Second.
I want a second.
I think Anita beat you to that, Kim.
That's fine.
That's okay. All right, so your hand
We
is
got
up,
a
Kim.
third then. We got a first, a second, and a third.
All right,
Yes.
so,
We
Kim,
got-
Need a fourth and a fifth.
There you go, Anita.
discussion. Kim and then Deborah.
No, that was my comment. It's a
Okay,
motion
all
that
right.
we accept the recommendation.
Okay, Debbie.
I just wanted to speak really quickly to the medical side of this, because I think that is, at least for my the people that I represent, what they look to me for. And I did receive a bit of an update from Cone Health today. And in actuality, on the medical side, and from what I'm hearing from my colleagues at Baptist too, we are consistently improving. Our infection rates are going down. Our hospitalization rates are going down. We've gone from projection rates running out of beds to looking like we'll be good at least for the next predictable 60, 90, maybe even 120 days. And with that and, the push forward that, I've been doing my best to put my weight behind to vaccinate teachers, especially as we've accelerated the rollout, because I know many of them, really want to be vaccinated before they get back into the classroom. We're heading in the right direction, speaking from community resources, medical standards, and the metrics and rubrics that we've been following, for COVID as far as the medical community is concerned.
Thank you, Debbie. Anita?
I think Anita's on
Anita,
mute.
your hand was, it's not up anymore. Okay.
Oh.
Maybe she took it down. It was just up earlier. Oops, she disappeared from my screen. Okay, is there any other comments or conversation? There's a motion to accept the reentry plan and a second. I can just go in order here.
Dina, can you hear me?
I can, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, somebody muted me. I did have a question.
Okay.
Dr. Contreras talked about the assessments that parents are doing now and the amount of time that takes and offloading students, etc. What are we doing with the Crisis Go app? I get an email every morning about 4 a.m. asking me to complete this assessment. And I'm just curious, how is that only staff? Are we offering that to students? What are we doing with that?
Thank you. I was unsure what that was the first time I received it as well. So you're not alone. I will ask Dr. Carr to walk us through that application and why board members are receiving that and how it's being used in the rest of the district.
Thank you.
So board members are receiving that because you're part of the All Exchange user email distribution list that goes to all of our staff. So you can disregard it unless you're trying to enter a GCS school building or facility. The app was purchased earlier in the fall, and we have been using a paper and pencil process to record that data. So this automates that daily process that's been occurring for us, really even starting over the summer and moving into the fall for employees. So it also will help us capture the data centrally. So we have rolled it out to employees, and part of the plan is to also use it with students.
Good, good. do we plan on doing that as we bring them back in? How are we going to implement that with students?
Yes. You know, that's certainly the goal. We wanted to get all the kinks worked out with employees first. And so that's the process. And yes, we keep reminding folks to do that every day. And then when we get all the kinks out, then we would like to do it for students where, you know, the technology is available, recognizing that it will probably have to be a combination process for some.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry, Dana. That was my only question.
Yeah, no problem. Debbie?
Yeah, sorry, I'll slide one more in. I do want to know if we have a plan in place for when our teachers receive the second dose of their vaccine. It's been pretty consistent now that the first dose is tolerated pretty well. The second dose of the vaccine is much more likely to trigger an immune response, and basically it feels like you get sick. A lot of people have a similar reaction to the flu shot as their immune system boosts up and literally tries to learn to fight off what's been put in it. And so, you know, we've already had discussions about substitutes and potential shortages. So before we put teachers back in the classroom and, you know, make these plans to get them vaccinated, which they are asking for, and I do think is completely reasonable, I want to know what backup plan, if any, we have in place for that second vaccine dose when the teachers have to miss school, because some of them may feel pretty bad.
Dr. Carr, can you answer that question?
Sure. So yes, so certainly we'll be working with human resources. They are already they've already increased the pay for substitutes, teacher substitutes, to help address this issue. So that's already in motion and has already started occurring. And the idea that by paying the top substitute teacher rate in the state, at least as far as we're aware of and been able to check with districts that'll share that information with us, we're hoping that that will increase attractiveness of having additional subs in place for that. And then of course, we also know that schools also have to make plans as they can to cover, you know, certain courses as they can, depending on the skill level and just the schedules and all of those issues going on. So it'll be a combination of both school-based decisions as well as increasing our substitute pool and our substitute training, which has already occurred and will continue to occur on an ongoing basis.
And Dr. Carr, Dr. Carr, we have increased the substitute pay rate from $80 to $115 for non-certified, and from $100 to $140 for certified. These are the highest rates in the state.
Right, thank you. And certainly there will be issues from time to time because the level of quarantine and everything else, or not quarantine, but, you know, people feeling ill is going to be somewhat unpredictable about when they get their shot and how that translates, but we'll put everything in place that we possibly can.
And I'll offer my services again. You know, Dr. Carr and I have already spoken, but I'll offer my services again for any planning or anything that I can help do to expedite vaccination. Because there again, I think that's a pretty reasonable request. So whatever you need me for, I'm here.
Great, thank you, Debbie. Diane.
I want to piggyback on the substitute. I realize that you were trying to incentivize them with money, but have we also tried to put them in the pool to be able to get vaccinated if they needed to, if they're not, because they are coming, if they're subbing, that means that there's a possibility that they're going to come into areas where they need protection too, other than the things they're already doing.
Yes, we include them in the numbers that we provide to the Department of Health. That's a great question. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you. Then my next question has to do with what was the number of high school students, if you did I guess you did a survey or something to find out how many of them were coming back. If the rate is 83%, but was that the true number of students who said, or their parents who said, yes, we want our kids to come back into the school building?
Would you say that again, please?
I was asking what was the number of high school students who responded, I assume, to wanting to come back in person so that you know how many students you're going to have actually coming back in person.
I don't have the number, but I have the percentage, which was 83.9%. And remember, they're split up between groups A and B. So how many high school students do we have? We have about 6,000 students per grade, or 5,500 students per grade level. So you can assume about, let me think, 80% of that 20,000. So I would say at least 15,000 students right now are saying they want to return in person, but we know that could change after the vote.
Okay, now, in the report that you sent us last week, and you can tell me if I read it wrong, when you showed the numbers of infection rate of high school students, I recall it was like 55, and it was indicated that most of these kids were participating in some form of sports. So my concern is that your high school kids are the ones who are playing sports. And let's just say a bad case scenario, kids play basketball on, tonight, they get exposed, but they come to school tomorrow. We have no way of knowing. And I've heard it said nationally and at the state level that playing sports is problematic. And when we see that with the college students as well as with the professional players, that there is that infection rate, even when they've tried to be careful while playing.
I think there's some validity to what you're saying. The students who have had the virus, I would say most of those students have been in our sports programs. Dr. Carr, can you speak to what precautions are in place or what we're doing to mitigate further spread?
I'd be happy to. So a couple of things. One, the cases that we've had in our athletes until actually just a situation that occurred just this week, the source of transmission of the virus was not their participation in sports. It was actually activities outside of sports, based on public health case investigation and contact tracing. So I think that's important to know, that we're seeing some of the same issues that in school and in sport transmission with protocols is very different than what's happening in the community. The protocols that we have in place, and I believe Mr. Hubbard is on the call as well, include social distancing, include masking, providing multiple masks during the physical activity, during the sports. That's no longer required by the North Carolina High School Athletic Association, but it is being required by most of the larger districts, including Guilford County Schools. And so even when a team from another district that doesn't require masking comes to one of our facilities, they know that they have to mask. We provide masks throughout the game too, so that they can, dispose of ones that, get sweaty or whatever. So that is happening as well. They're disinfecting and cleaning protocols. So we feel good about the protocols in place. People are taking those seriously, and in most cases, they seem to be working.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question has to do with the fact that whether is a person's reality is a person's reality, but there seems to be some folk who feel that they cannot report incidents without feeling that they're going to get retaliated against, whether it's not seeing cleaning being done, or whether it's a protocol not being followed. And I realize that there are three sides to a story, but when you keep hearing these same kinds of things, and it's not from the same person, it's not from the same level of school, what can we do to assure people? Because what I do is I've tried sending you and the superintendent direct emails. I've tried linking them to Let's Talk. I've tried to encourage folks to tell us, because we can't do anything about things that we don't know exist. And as I've said early on in this process, you know, this is a we thing. All of us have to feel that we can be willing participants in trying to keep the spread down, trying to get our kids back in school. I don't know if you want to address that, or I just want to reassure people that we are accountable and willing to address their concerns, right?
I'm not sure who the question's addressed to, but yes, absolutely. I am not aware of retaliation that has gone on. I'm aware of the fear of that. We have gotten reports through incidents. We have mentioned the same issues and same concerns regarding that access to Let's Talk and provide all of those answers. I think, you know, we also, though, when people have misinformation or incorrect information, we do correct that. That's not retaliation. That's making sure that they know the correct information and can share it with others. How that is perceived might be different, but we certainly are responding to all of those situations. And in most cases, we have found perhaps some misinformation, some assumptions being made that aren't accurate, and so we try to work to address that with accurate information.
Okay, well, I don't want you to feel like I'm accusing y'all. I'm a part of this team, okay? I just
Oh no, I don't feel accused at all. I don't think
all right.
anybody on our team does. I'm just sharing that yes, we've basically shared that same information with all of our employees through various trainings, with our principals, with our supervisors. Just telling you what we're seeing.
All right, thank you very much.
We appreciate it. We know you're on the team.
Thank you, Diane. Debbie?
It's me again. I'll be good, I swear. Okay, so one last question about the vaccines. So on the presentation that we just watched on page 9, we had a vaccine schedule that listed staff who currently serve students face-to-face in public schools, listed first with the support personnel. Then the second spot was other school-based personnel and staff who have been serving students on a face-to-face basis since last fall. And then the third slot was personnel like maintenance workers, couriers, and then 4 was remaining school-based personnel and support staff. Can you tell me exactly where our middle and high school teachers fall in on that page, please? Because my assumption was that if they fell into item 1, that's awesome. If they fell into 4, there was potential, since there were so many weeks to get the high schools open, that we would at least be able to dose them with the first dose of the vaccine before the schools open. But now that we're on an accelerated 3-week return schedule, I don't see that time cushion happening anymore. So where do those teachers fall for us?
I think I can take that question. Recognize that this is a preliminary plan, because if the quantity of vaccine comes in such a way that we could do, as has been done in other states, and vaccinate 10,000 employees in one day, that would be our preference, is get everybody vaccinated.
Yeah.
In 1 or 2 days with a special, you know, that's what many districts across the country have been doing in partnership with their public health departments. They haven't been doing it solo on their own. And so we would love to see that happen, and certainly public health is aware of our preference for that. What we are looking at is if we have a situation where there's a limited quantity of vaccines and we are forced to make some kind of prioritization of who goes first, this is an initial cut at that, recognizing that we have had many staff, including some of our essential personnel for operations, that have been working on site in person with children since last March. So it's not just teachers. Certainly they're very, very important, and educators are very important, but we've had custodians and school bus drivers working directly with families, serving food since last March. And so trying to sort of think through all of those various issues. And that's what that's what this represents. But a lot of it would change based on quantity, availability, and what comes down from the federal government to the state to the local.
Right. Dr. Carr, I want to emphasize to the public, we are not in the vaccination business, and this ultimately is not up to us. So I don't want anyone to look at this slide and say, oh, the superintendent, Dr. Carr, the board recommends this staff person over another staff person. Ultimately, this is a decision with the Department of Public Health. We will certainly give feedback based on who's in the buildings, who's which staff, and those type of things. But this is not what the school district does. This is a Department of Health issue.
Yeah, thank you. You missed the most important point. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so there's a motion on the floor to accept the reentry plan, and there's a second. So let's go ahead and bring this to a vote, and I will start with Winston. You are first in the line here.
Aye.
Pat?
Aye. Yes.
Linda?
Yes.
Kim?
Yes.
Anita?
Yes.
Diane?
No.
Betty?
Yes.
Debbie?
Yes.
And Dina, yes. That passes by a vote of 8-1. Thank you all for the presentation and for the conversation and the deliberation. We are now at, I believe the superintendent is still your.
Yes, we are.
Agenda back up here.
We'd like to ask the board, there's a resolution for your consideration compelling the governor and powers that be to please support vaccination of school district employees and to make this a priority. I don't know who you'd like to read that. Mrs. Hayes.
Does everyone have the resolution?
Yes.
Diane, would you like to read it? You're on mute, Diane.
I don't have a physical copy, no.
Okay.
I didn't have to read it.
Okay, thanks, Winston. My documents are all over the place.
Resolution supporting vaccination of school district employees. Whereas our top priority at Guilford County Schools is to ensure safe spaces in which our students can learn and grow. And whereas each employee is essential to providing our students with safe, healthy learning environments. And whereas effective COVID-19 vaccines have been developed with more than 1 million doses now having been distributed throughout North Carolina. Whereas prioritizing the vaccination of educators and support operational staff would add another layer of protection from the COVID-19 virus. And whereas North Carolina educators and other school personnel working directly with children, such as teacher assistants, school bus drivers, child nutrition workers, custodians, maintenance, facility and technology workers, therapists, social workers, counselors, and other personnel were previously placed within phase now called Group 2. And whereas North Carolina educators and other school personnel working directly with children and in vital support functions, along with other essential workers such as law enforcement officers, firefighters, and medical supply manufacturers, were then moved to Group 3 when the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services revised its plan. And whereas educators and school district support personnel in North Carolina are essential workers and should be moved back into Group 2, along with those aged 65 and older. And whereas 25 other states have prioritized the vaccination of educators and school district employees in order to increase the safety of in-person instruction and student support services during the pandemic and to maintain critical school and district operations, including but not limited to academic services, human resources, student transportation, child nutrition, maintenance, custodial services, payroll, finance, technology, administration, communication, technology, emergency operations, and other vital functions. And whereas we value the health and safety of our staff and believe that ensuring vaccine access for our employees will improve the safety of in-person instruction and improve health, educational, and economic outcomes overall for our students, our families, and our community. Therefore, be it resolved that the Guilford County Board of Education urges Governor Cooper to restore the priority status of school workers and immediately make each North Carolina public school employee eligible for vaccine distribution. I think I'm lost at the end. Within something on the bottom of my printed page. Oh, I've got it on. So mine stops at within.
Be it,
Somebody got the last sentence?
I do. Be it further resolved that the Guilford County Schools stands ready to coordinate with the North Carolina public health officials and Guilford County Public Health to facilitate making the vaccine available to each of our nearly 10,000 employees. Signed this 9th day of February, 2021.
Thank you, Anita. Tag.
It works.
Yes.
Move the resolution.
Thank you, Diane. There's a motion to accept the resolution. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Kim. We can just do all those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Excellent. That passes by a vote of 9-0.
Can I ask a question, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Contreras, the conversation we had with, I guess it was Mr. Cameron, is there anything else that we can do to encourage that that they let us use our facilities for at least our staff, or are we just, barking up a wrong tree?
Yeah, I've been working with Mr. Campbell. Mrs. Hayes and I spoke to the chair of the Board of County Commissioners, and we'll continue to advocate for use of the schools. I think one of the concerns that was raised is that they need 3 months of commitment, and they know that we have limited space in the high schools if the board would be voting to send high school students back, which you just did. So we still believe that it is most beneficial to the community if we are providing the school sites or some school sites as vaccination sites. We know schools are foundational to the community, are in the neighborhoods, and it will provide greater access to the vaccination. So we will continue to work with the county. We've been sharing the models across the nation of working with school districts and using school facilities, and we will continue to work with them on that. We meet with them at least twice a week.
Thank you. It makes sense, particularly for the number of employees that we have, if it's, closer to them, to be able to, get in and out without having to be in long lines, or just, encourage that kind of community ownership. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane, and thank you, board members. So we are now at the item C under action items, and we'll call on our Chief of Staff, Marshall Matson, to present this recommendation to the board.
Sure, thank you, Chairperson Hayes. We have, we heard earlier the presentation by Dr. Osei Sarfo on the impact of remote learning on student achievement in all of our grade levels, and particularly on the grades of our high school students. We know that per Guilford County Board of Education policy, in order to be eligible to compete in interscholastic sports, athletes must meet GCS and North Carolina promotion standards, have a minimum weighted GPA of 2.0, have good attendance as measured by at least 85% of the school days in each semester, and provide documentation of their residence. For Guilford County high school students who have not returned to in-person learning, remote instruction has had a significant impact on student achievement. A preliminary review of eligibility rosters indicates a higher than normal number of student athletes who would be deemed ineligible based on the GPA requirement. Given the state does not require a minimum GPA for athletic eligibility, Administration is recommending that the board waives the minimum GPA requirement for the second semester of this school year only. All other state and local policies and procedures for eligibility would remain in place, including the state policy that students must pass at least 75% of the courses that they take, which is 5 courses in a traditional year-long high school, or 3 courses at a block high school. So again, administration recommends that the board waives the minimum GPA to participate in interscholastic activities for 2021 second semester only. I know that Lee Hubbard, our athletic director, is also on the call and can help clarify any issues or impacts of this recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Mattson. Is there a motion?
I motion that we accept this recommendation for this one semester.
Thank you, Kim. Is there a second? Thank you, Pat. All right, is there any questions? All right, so let's see. Linda?
Yes.
Kim?
Yes.
Anita?
Yes.
Diane?
No.
Winston?
Yes.
Betty?
Yes.
Debbie?
Yes.
Pat?
Yes.
And Dina, yes. Passes by a vote of 8-1. Thank you. And we are now at board member comments, and I will go in that same order as you're all lined up on my screen that way. So Linda?
Well, number one, I want to give Southeast a huge shout out. They were one of 2 schools that won character school for the state, and I was trying to pull it up as we were speaking, so I'm not doing it justice, but they've done an outstanding job to continue our character education and working with communities to do great work and build great citizens that give and care for their neighbors and get involved to do good work. So we're really proud of them. I also want to, it's been Black History Month, and which highlights and celebrates the enormous success of Black people. I have Melissa Davis as one of my Facebook friends, and I think she almost puts someone out there daily about their wonderful work and their great success that they've had. Many, many people of color have succeeded with huge hurdles put before them. And when I see the huge success of people of color, president, business owners, innovators, chemists, doctors, astronauts, law enforcement, and a multitude of other achievements. All of these hugely successful individuals made life choices, worked hard, and persevered to achieve these goals, making huge contributions to this nation. And I do want to thank their huge contributions because they have reached every possible achievement in this nation, and they have contributed greatly to our nation. And I do, and every time we have Black History Month, I'm always amazed at the many contributions. So I do want to say thank them for their many, many, many contributions. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Kim?
Yes. Wow, that was quick. I love it. I had the opportunity to visit newcomers yesterday in response to some letters that I received from students sharing with me how they felt about coming back to school and their opinions about coming back to school. So I was very grateful that, the principal allowed me that opportunity to come and see them. And I also, received some other thank you cards from the students. And just to see the students in school really actually was even therapeutic for me, and seeing the students, socially, physically spaced out. And I think that, there's something to that. I believe that, it curtails some other, behavioral things that may happen in the classroom where kids are no longer now sitting on top of one another. So I really believe that there's some goodness, of the students now having their own like space happening, in the classroom. I think that that's a good thing. So that was a great opportunity for me. I also want to recommend the SHIELD mentoring program that's still taking students, middle school to high school students, for a Saturday Leadership Academy. You can actually contact me if you want that information, or go to info@shieldmentor.org in order to get the information and sign up your student. You actually have until tomorrow evening at 7 o'clock. The portal will be available to you. If you are a student with Penn Griffin School for the Arts, we can offer you a scholarship if you register, if you want your child to participate in that particular program as well. And the other program I want to lift up to you is Business and Entrepreneurship Training Program through Guilford Works. That's being made available to you as well. Tomorrow they are going to be having an info session. Again, if you want me to forward that information to you, feel free to email me and contact me in that regard as well. And again, thank you, thank you, board, for your vote tonight. And I know you made some high schoolers really happy tonight. And to Dr. Contreras, I just want to let you know that my high schooler says that kids should go to school all year long, so that way they can avoid the summer slide. He said it just makes more sense for high schoolers to go to school the whole year long. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Anita.
Most of you know that I've been a proponent for a long time of getting our students back in school for various sundry reasons, education being the top one of those reasons. But I'd like to thank Dr. Contreras for the recommendation and the board for their vote tonight. We've made any number of folks very happy.
Thank you. Diane?
Okay. First, I want to thank all of the schools in my district for their very kind words for school board appreciation. We can never not let people know that we appreciate them. And, a lot of times, well, particularly now, that's about one of the only ways that we can let people know, because we can't come up and hug them and shake their hands and do those kinds of things. So taking that effort is important. It is Black History Month, and I'm glad that other folks can acknowledge the contributions that we have made to this country. It's good to see that GCS is being an active participant as far as posting things about African American history. I would hope that at some point you would do something about the fact that you have 5 African American women on this board. But we'll wait till March when it's History Month coming up. But we all have our own, significant contributions. I got a text from a kid. Well, he's a man now and got kids, but he put in his post that it was what I did when he was a little boy as far as Black History Month that has, spurred his interest and concern. And so, of course, it makes me feel old, but at the same time, I've been out here a long time. I wanted to also acknowledge our bus drivers with Bus Driver Appreciation Week. And I don't think that we can ever thank them enough for making sure our children get to school safely. And we really need to make sure that they have masks to give kids who get on the bus who don't have one. I realize we can't force the child to wear it, but we at least need to make sure that they have more than 5 masks to give out if students come and get on that bus and they need to have a mask on. So I hope we'll work towards making sure that that happens so that the bus drivers can do their job, which is driving the bus. There's a food distribution. Bountiful Foods is doing a distribution on Thursday, rain or shine, on Washington Street. I think they have about 150 boxes of food to give away. So if you're in High Point and Washington Street is off of Centennial, please come by. It's from 10 to 2 that they'll be there or until they give out. But it is supposed to be raining, but they'll be there just the same. And then I just, Dr. Contreras, if somebody, the GAP program, I know that normally this is the time of year that the kids are qualifying for that. And because they're not in school, I'm just wondering, have we had any communication from GAP? Will they continue to try to recruit our kids to get them internships, or do you know?
Hey, I'll have Dr. Ebony Chillis give you a call to give you an update on that. We know we're still working fast and furiously on our CTE programming and to expand it. In fact, our February 20th retreat will be held at Western Guilford High School, so you can see the renovation.
Okay. Well, but, you know, and I think if you recall at the last meeting, I did ask if you could give us an update on how our CT programs, the academies that we set up, were doing, because I know they got kind of harpooned in the middle of this pandemic. So
we'd love to do that for you. Thank you.
Okay. And then my last comment is really a community appeal. We need to make sure that more people of color sign up for the vaccine in the community, so that when their kids come back to school, if they're staying with grandma or if they're staying with great auntie or whoever, who are your more high-risk folk, those folks need to be protected. So there's a lot of reluctance still in the communities of color against not taking the vaccine. I just did mine on Saturday, but I had to listen to my friends. I had to talk to my doctor. So it wasn't just some, you know, sudden decision, because I had my own reluctance or not about doing it or not. But it's going to save our lives, and we just got to walk by faith and believe that the science is there and is solid. But we need to think about it and do it. If you can get into a site to get a vaccine, please go ahead and take it, because from what I've heard, the death from COVID is one of the most horrible ways that you can die. And it's real. You ain't gonna sidestep it. I realize that we have folk who've had mild cases, but whenever you are Black and you're disproportionate as far as other health issues are concerned, you need to take those things into consideration and do what's going to be best for you and your family, so that hopefully in a year we'll be able to celebrate that we beat this thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Diane.
Is that me? I'm sorry. You got cut off. Was that me?
Winston? Sorry, yes.
We, as if we didn't think everybody's jobs could get any harder, we just voted tonight to return, you know, kids to school buildings, and to ask our staff and our superintendent and her leadership team and everybody that ripples out, you know, to bus drivers and maintenance staff, teachers and EC students, to do more, faster and harder, work harder. So thank you for that. And I hope as a board, we will stay out of your way. We'll block and tackle for you. We will advocate and fight for the resources that you need. That's our job, and how we can really be spending our time and energy. So I certainly commit myself to that. Appreciate all the work that my colleagues on the board have been doing to work together to get to this point. Very much appreciate the staff's leadership under very difficult circumstances. And please, Dr. Contreras and the chiefs and others, principals, let us know how we can block and tackle for you. And let us know if we're in your way. because we know you've got real work to do with our students, and we're grateful for that. So thank you.
Thank you, Winston. Betty?
Yes, happy Black History Month, and I encourage you all to reach out to your heroes or your sheroes and give them some kind words. And also early happy Valentine's Day. I would like to thank all of my schools, and especially Mia, who sent me this beautiful card for the Board of Education Month. I thank you so very much. A special thanks to Dr. Tina Johnson for allowing me to come over to visit McNair School. What a great and wonderful conversation we had. I'd like to acknowledge the bus drivers, the principals, the teachers, the cafeteria workers, and thank them for all the work they've done and with our children. And we are there to support you. Last, I'd like to thank Dudley High School, Ms. LaSae Timmons McLaughlin, for her invitation for the second semester book drive, or book drive-by. It was an extraordinary day, and we served at least over 500 individuals with books and materials. So with that, and that was a Title I program event. With that, I would say Panther Pride, and thank you so very much.
Thank you, Betty. Debbie?
All right, I'm gonna warn y'all, it's a little long-winded. I've already gotten several messages from teachers, and even one, from a student saying, this looks so bad. We've lost so much. What else can we do? And I want to take a minute and say to our teachers, and especially to our middle and high school students who just watched this presentation, to say, this is not a failure. This is not just Guilford County. This is not even North Carolina, and it's really not even just the United States. I have family in Canada. I have in-laws that are from the United Kingdom and from Italy. This is a universal battle that we are fighting, not just with COVID, but with education, to try and keep everyone together. So please, when we say we have learning loss and we need to fix it, understand that it's not a wrong on the part of the teachers. It's not a wrong on the part of the students. It's not any one single failure anywhere, and it's not anything that we're not going to work our best to help you with, okay? So rather than take away from this meeting something so dire, I would like everyone to maybe, let's take it as a pivot point and say, from here, we can get back into the classrooms and we can pick it up and we can run with it. We've drawn the line in the sand and we've said, okay, we got an idea how bad it is. We go up from here. Okay. Next up, I also have a little bit about Black History Month, just to throw a local name in there. Last year at school, my daughter Sabrina researched a local man named George Black. And the way he kind of came into play personally was, at the time I was working at Wake Forest Baptist Hospital, and George Black was a brick maker in Winston-Salem. And not only did he make the bricks for the entirety of Old Main of Wake Forest Baptist Hospital, but he was tapped by the president to go to other nations and teach them the process that he used for brick making. So this local man, who was the son of slaves, took the basic knowledge that he was taught as a child and went all the way to the international level in a time when working with your hands was still everything in the world, and went everywhere with it. And it's just amazing to see. He lived to 101 years old. I can't imagine how it must have felt, because he was actually there the day they tore down Old Main to build Watlington Hall. And Watlington is a very familiar area to me. And there again, his name is George Black, and he was a local person who really, as an African-American, rose from, local worker with his hands to do everything for other people, and not just for himself, but to pass on that knowledge. And that's huge. That is huge. That's the whole, give a man a fish, he'll eat for a day, teach him to fish. He's got knowledge for the rest of his life. George Black taught us to fish. Next, I would like to acknowledge a good friend of mine. Her name is Renee Lipscomb. Renee is the Teacher of the Year for Bessemer Elementary, and I got to speak to her a couple days ago and got to embarrass her. It was so much fun. So Renee, here it is again. Happy Teacher of the Year, right here in public for everybody to see. And also a shout out to our boys Nighthawk swim team at Northern Guilford for their second place win at regional. But let's give it to the ladies because my Lady Nighthawks took first place in the regional swim competition. Nighthawk Nation. All right. And last but not least, I have a warning. And it, passes by my husband, so he knows that I'm giving a warning. We got another napper coming, y'all. Nobody was more surprised than me to find out that baby napper is due August 10th of 2021. So, God, heaven help us all. That's all I got to say because there's going to be another one. Everybody's warned, y'all know. So when the hurricane hits, it's here. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Debbie. Pat, and congratulations to you and your family.
Well, yes, Deborah, congratulations to you and your husband and as you're adding to your family, that's wonderful news. Thank you for sharing it with us. I feel honored that you would share it in this forum. So thank you. I'll be pretty quick. I did want to really just lift up Dr. Frederica Stokes, who with such speed and efficiency helped actually 24 people that represented 4 families here in our district that they were, for whatever reason, they were really having trouble getting access to their food for the lunches. And in very short order, she and Lisa Nolan and Kim Hip helped to facilitate that. So just wanted to really thank Dr. Stokes for that help. Those families are forever grateful. Also wanted to touch on the CTE, and I'm glad Ms. Bellamy Smalls, you mentioned that those GAP, the Guilford Apprenticeship program, those virtual open houses were conducted, I think, starting in December and through January. And as I understand it, the attendance wasn't what we normally have, but that attendance was nonetheless something that we can be proud of. So I just wanted to touch on that for our GAP partnership. And in that same spirit, our CTE and Magnet showcase, I just wanted to lift up that application process is still open and is going to March 3rd. And thanks to all the folks that coordinated that, again, in a virtual atmosphere, as difficult as it is, we thank you for that. And then I will end with lifting up, as we celebrate Black History Month, a little personal note. I had the honor and pleasure of meeting Herman Cain, who actually sadly passed away just in the last week. And I had the opportunity to get to know Herman Cain in 2009, 2010, and then actually introduce him at an event and somewhere around 2010 or 11. And the impact he had on me was just something that was phenomenal. If you know his story, you know what I'm talking about, how he rose through the ranks of corporate America when it was very difficult at that time for people of color to do such a thing. And there are so many stories that are out there. I just happened to be touched by him personally, and it was just a real neat experience to get to know him. And I considered him kind of a celebrity. And sadly, he left us just in this last week. But there are a lot of folks in this community. We have one that's chairing this board and others on this board that have done an awful lot in this community. So we don't have to look too far to celebrate those around us. And Dr. Contreras, you made the paper. I don't know if you saw that Sunday paper that C is for Contreras anyway. So our own Dr. Contreras was celebrated as well. Thanks to all my board members for the vote tonight. Thank you, families and parents and students, for your patience and grace. We're going to need more of that as we continue to block and tackle, as Winston accurately put it and do our best to put our kids first. Thank you.
Patrick? All right, thank you, Pat. Did I get everybody? All right. So I would like to thank Dr. Oakley, who spent so much time on the phone with me today. It's my neighbors who were staying at their grandmother while their mother works and were riding the bikes, ended up coming to my house to get on the computer. And so I was on the phone with Whitney and the principals at Simpkins and Southeast, and curriculum facilitators and teachers helping me navigate through Canvas and all of the other apps that we use, and they were amazing. And I got to hear the kids and their teachers that were so happy to see them and engaged in learning. So Whitney, thank you so much for your assistance. I'm glad I got the hotline and could make things happen rather quickly, but also made sure that there's a device being delivered to the grandparents tomorrow so that the kids, because the mother works 4 days a week, so they're only at home with the internet on Thursday.
Tina,
you're muted.
Now your internet went out.
And so I know the district had tried to reach out to them and work with them, and things just fell through the crack given the parents. So I am struggling, and teachers were really happy to see the kids. Lastly, I've been struggling and thinking a lot about Black History Month. It's one of my favorite, longest running diversity officers in the country, Dr. Pat Payne. She's 80 years old, and she is still the head of diversity, equity, inclusion in Indianapolis Public Schools. And she just turned 80. So she is, and she runs circles around me. But she says this is not the time for food and fashion and fun. And I just want to share a couple of things, because the reason why we even have to do this is because of this history of exclusion. And I found something in the News and Record. I think I shared it with you all, but it was published in 1990. But it says L.B. Jeffries was a building contractor and had City Hall in an uproar that July day in 1912. The Greensboro's 3 city commissioners had just awarded Jeffries a contract to build a new public school for white students on West Lee Street, which is now Gate City. 2 other contractors whose bids were nearly twice as high as Jeffries were outraged. So were the city's other contractors, who refused to bid because Jeffries was involved in the competition for the contract. Newspapers as far away as Baltimore reported the ruckus over Jeffries. It says, what was a problem? Did he have a reputation for doing shabby work? It's like, no, he'd actually done some work in the 1890s at North Carolina A&T State University. And later he was a key subcontractor on a project that did build the city's first white high school. So was his contracting company in unsound financial shape? Nope, to both questions. It's just that he was Black. I also want to say that Guilford County was founded in 1771. And so between 1771 and 1960, that's about 250 years. And in that time, here are the neighborhoods that had racially restrictive covenants that said, if you're not white, you can't live here. College Hill, College Park, Lindley Park, Lake Daniel, Hamilton Lakes, Fisher Park, Irving Park, and Latham Park. So I want you to think about that early access and the schools that are in those communities today, and the number of students on free and reduced lunch in those communities. We also had major businesses, our top law firms on the East Coast, Smith Moore, Brooks Pierce. We had construction companies, D.H. Griffin and Samet. We had doctor's offices and other medical practices. So in the words of Lyndon Baines Johnson, freedom is not enough. And while I celebrate the people who have made enormous achievements and contributions, and Deborah, I used to say all the time, I mean, I grew up, with my parents talking about teaching a person to fish. But, I learned over decades that we were master fishermen in Africa. And some people had an opportunity to own the ponds and set the price for the fish and have the market and the distribution and the logistics and transportation to transport fish all over the country. And so this is a much bigger problem than just the accomplishments of a few people that we have not corrected for 2.5 centuries of exclusive racial, economic access, and opportunities. And we are dealing with this right now. And I connect Dr. Osai Sarfo's data analysis and report to this history. We can make a clear connection to the communities, to the families, to the opportunities, to the businesses that they had. So the reason why we have to have Black History Month is because white history is so invisible that it is hard for white people to see that they got anything because of the color of their skin. And so it's easy to dismiss race as being a non-factor when it is the thing that built this country. So with that said, I did forget that we have a closed session, and I would like to turn to Anita Sharp to read the motion. I don't think we will be in here long, if I'm correct, Jill? You're on mute too.
Okay, you ready?
Dina, I need to make sure you include personnel. I know we had some back and forth on that.
I move to go into closed session to preserve the attorney-client privilege and to consider personnel matters protected by state law.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. We're now going into closed session. Nora will,
Right. I'm gonna open, and you should see that button that you
for a position of principal for Ferndale Middle School.
I second that.
All right, let's go through the line. Winston? Winston?
Yes.
Diane?
Yes.
Kim?
Yes.
Betty?
Yes.
Deborah?
Yes.
Pat? I didn't hear you, Pat. Thank you. Okay, Anita? You're on mute too.
Are we vote? I think some folks are still enclosed.
Oh, okay. We're voting on the amendment to the personnel report that Diane just made.
Yes.
Okay, and we're waiting on Linda. Has she kind of popped back in?
She's stuck in closed session.
Oh, there she is. All right. Sorry, Linda, I didn't see that you weren't here. But you are next to the last vote for the amendment to the personnel report. You're on mute too.
Yes, I agree. Whatever I need to do.
Thank you. And Dina, yes, that is a vote of 9-0. So thank you. Motion passes. Dr. Contreras?
Thank you for your support. We'd like to introduce as the new principal at Ferndale Middle School, LaToya Caesar. Congratulations to LaToya Caesar.
Excellent. Thank you. Congratulations. All right. Is there a motion to adjourn? Second. All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? All right. Have a great evening, and thank you so much for our viewing public.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Listen to the message that the Dr. King was stressing. Unity among all people, no aggression. This is what we're stressing. Overcoming steadily. New generation living Dr. King's legacy. Understand the struggle, understand what it's all for. Embrace the education that your ancestors fought for. People hear the message and it's live and it's vibrant. Representing Martin Luther King with non-violence. Listen to the pain in the past from the crying. People in our streets still killing and we're dying. Learn from the lesson and remember Dr. King. Raise your hand to the sky and say, I have a dream. Gotta move, M-O-V-E. Dr. King, I can feel your legacy. We gotta move, M-O-V-E. A new generation for the Odyssey. We gotta move, M-O-V-E. Dr. King, I can feel your legacy. We gotta move, M-O-V-E. A new generation for the Odyssey. We gotta move.
He was a man of stature, always quick to approach the issue. Dedicated to your dream, cause we miss you. A positive vibe is what we into. It's either pen to pencil instead of popping pistols. Not going to war aiming missiles. If you a real man, represent too. This is historical knowledge for your mental. Monumental the way we stand. A man willingly to give his hand. Creations of a dreams to amazing plans. Always be a leader and take the stand. If you believe, raise your hands. Let freedom ring and find more ways to improve. You can't lose. Which lane are you gotta do? If you in my lane, we gotta
move, M-O-V-E. Dr. King, I can feel your legacy. We gotta move, M-O-V-E. A new generation for the Odyssey. We gotta move, M-O-V-E. Dr. King, I can feel your legacy. We gotta move, M-O-V-E. A new generation for the Odyssey. We gotta move.
Martin Luther King had a dream about the civil rights for people to be equal in this world and live a better life. We a young movement in this game trying to make it right. We can change a lot of things, just put up a fight. So we should not be moved or take flight. We should stand for everything Dr. King had in sight. So all this gang banging need to stop with all our might. If we make a few changes, everything will be alright. Now move, come to tell y'all about the situation where we put our hearts in this and know it ain't faking. Things Dr. King did, yes it was amazing. Like the non-violent march, yeah, up in different places. You should love anybody, no matter what color their face is. People in here, please make changes. Focus what you want in life and then maintain it. Be a role model in life and just make it. I ain't doing this rap just to be famous. I'm doing rap just to show you move made it. Just to show you move made it. I'm doing rap to show you that move made it.
Gotta move, M-O-V-E. Dr. King, I can feel your legacy. We gotta move, M-O-V-E. A new generation for the Odyssey. We gotta move, M-O-V-E. Dr. King, I can feel your legacy. We gotta move, M-O-V-E. A new generation for the Odyssey. We gotta move.
I think my biggest concern is one a lot of my peers have echoed and shared with me as well in our talks is we're worried about the kids we're not seeing. Like the kids who are figuring out how to make it work, the kids that have a natural support system, it's going really well and they're figuring out how to make it work. The kids, with us not turning cameras on and not everybody having access, the things that are out of my control as a teacher. I can't put Wi-Fi in places that it doesn't exist. I can't make resources appear in kids' homes. And so just not having that daily check-in to make sure, man, little Johnny's really okay today. There is no cure for that. And that is the thing that's keeping teachers awake at night.
Hello, I'm Benjamin Richardson, and I'm a guitar senior. The piece I'm about to play for you is En Los Trigales by Joaquin Rodrigo. Rodrigo is an influential guitar composer of the 20th century, and you might recognize him from his most famous work, which is the Concerto de Aranjuez. En Los Trigales translates from Spanish into the fields of wheat, but this kind of creates a juxtaposition with the sound of the music, as it's very intense, which is not what you would expect from the title. I view the fields of wheat more of a place of battle than a place of beauty. So I hope you enjoy my performance of En Los Trigales by Joaquin Rodrigo.
GCS has a new way for parents to keep track of their child's school bus. It's called Here Comes the Bus. You can download the free Here Comes the Bus app on your mobile phone. It works with Apple and Android devices. Create an account by entering your student's name and school ID number. The app will show you your child's bus stop location as well as the current location of the bus. You can choose the morning route or the afternoon route. You choose when you'd like to be notified that the bus is nearby, either by block or by miles. You'll even get notifications such as a new bus number assignment if a bus is out of service. So download the Here Comes the Bus app and stay informed starting today.
They grow up so fast, and before you know it, it's time for college. But with an NC 529 account, you'll be ready. With the NC 529 plan, you can start a tax-advantaged account for your child's future for just $25. Just open an account, make periodic contributions, and with each passing year, watch it grow, just like your child. Visit nc529.org today and picture a bright future for your child.
So there's a story that's come out of this that will stay with me forever. I have a student that's been selectively mute when this student's been with me for the past few years. And early on in this process, I was teaching, and then all of a sudden behind that black screen of initials of a student, the little hand raised up in the corner. And immediately, I saw it. And immediately I went to it because, at first I thought, well, maybe it's a parent, behind the scenes having a problem. So I called on the student, and out of nowhere, this little voice came talking. And I was just shocked. Right then emotions just flowed out of me. And I made that conversation go longer than it should have, just because that's the first moment in that child's life that I'd heard their voice. And I don't know if it's the technology. I don't know if it was just the comfort level of being behind that screen. And I don't care. That student is now back in the building, and that student is more confident. That student is using words more in the classroom. And I've shared that story, and it means a lot to me. And it's going to stay with me for a long time.
This is a GCS News Break.
I wanted to talk to you all about who might want to be team captains for our group.
Even though her students are learning remotely, Principal Keisha Brown is finding creative ways to stay connected to them at the Middle College at UNCG. Today, she's meeting virtually with about 20 members of the Girl Trek Club. Girl Trek, which was founded about 25 years ago in California, has a mission of walking to inspire healthy living.
So it's extremely important now. We hear a lot about being at home, quarantine, being by yourselves, being behind a TV camera or computer screen all day. So students miss the social interaction. So this gives students an opportunity to see each other and be healthy at the same time.
I definitely met new friends for Girl Trek. Like people who are upperclassmen, like senior, junior. I definitely met new friends with that.
Since last fall, Brown and Girl Trek Club members have walked as a way to stay healthy. So far, they've logged more than 1,000 miles, and they've set new goals for the month of February.
Our goal for February is called February 50 Legacy Walk, because February is Black History Month. And so Martin Luther King and all the Black activists, they walked in Selma 50 miles for their protest. And so that's where we got February 50 from. So our goal is for everyone to walk 50 miles to this month.
Girl Trek members say the benefits of this club go far beyond walking.
We just talk about what's happening at school or what's happening in our real lives. It's kind of just, it's kind of peer counseling, kind of, because I feel better whenever I talk about my stuff in there.
It's a way to relax after school and all the stress that I go through every day. And also it is a health benefit because I get my daily exercise in.
Principal Brown says she's extremely proud of the way her students have stepped up to be successful.
They have really taken on a leadership role in it. I started out as the leader, but I've watched them kind of own it themselves, and so that's kind of what you want to do. You want to model and then, watch your girls become leaders, and so that's exactly what they're doing. So I'm very proud of them.
This has been a GCS News Break.
Did you know that an ant can lift more than 50 times its own weight? Well, it's true. It's so small and so strong because it loves the sweet flavor of crackers and the cereals in the crackers.